Right. The biggest fear, the biggest fear my my students have when performing is that they will forget their spiel. This fear leads them to possibly over memorize their speech, making them sound like a robo speaker. Performing a speech should be a fluid experience, leaving room for spontaneity. On the other hand, some students don't rehearse it at all, making them look disorganized and lost. No matter how rehearsed you are, your speech will never go the way you rehearsed it in the shower. There will be unexpected disturbances that will happen. You will have to react in the moment. Cell phones will ring, microphones will short out, and audience members will ask surprising questions. Rehearsing a speech is a balance between knowing it and yet leaving room for inspiration. In performing a speech, we are not going to perfect. Sorry, we are not going for perfect. We are going for authentic. Yes, there are so many times I have over memorized my speech, delivered it absolutely perfectly, but those are lackluster performances met with polite applause. My best performances usually happen when things go wrong. Oh my god. During one particular women's conference, there was a loud audio pop that scared me so badly. I jumped. I couldn't ignore the distraction. I had to acknowledge it. I quipped that sound was my Spanx Bernstein. The front row better back up as there is a tsunami of flesh coming your way. The audience burst into laughter and applause. That moment was the best moment of my speech. It was real, and the audience showed their appreciation. Learning to live in the moment is essential. These mistakes and detours from our content usually become the best part of your speech, as it makes you alive in the moment. For me, it's a reflection of my core promise of turning problems into punchlines. But Judy, what do I do if I totally go blank? In spite of what you might think, losing your place or going blank for a moment or two will not trigger the end of the world. If you truly go blank, this simple technique works all the time. Take a deep breath and out with no words. I have seen this happen time and time again with my students. They lose their place and just stop talking, forgetting your speech. Okay, come on. The moment might seem endless. In other words, your demo video cannot depend on shooting just one booking. You are going to need footage from lots of different gigs, and there is no reason to pay professionals to do that job. You can get a great demo video in an extremely affordable way by investing in your own equipment and shoot every booking you do. Here is how you do it. Equipment necessary to own. Keep it simple. Orwell Ray Wilson, senior partner of the Gorilla Group Incorporate (INC), is a 30-year veteran of the platform and co-author of 5 books in the legendary guerrilla marketing series. He believes the most speaker demos are not really demos at all, but overdone puffs pieces. These meeting planners are as smart as your mother, and you know you could never you could never pull anything over on her. Send them something simple and genuine that they can trust. 1. You will need an HD camera that fits into your carry-on luggage. The quality on these cameras is amazing. Some of them are the size of a pack of playing cards, and the prices are low too. You will need a wireless lavalier, omnidirectional microphone. You wear the microphone and attach the receiver to your camera. An omnidirectional microphone picks up both your voice and the audience laughs and applause. On a demo tape, meeting planners love hearing that your speech is going over well. 3. You will need a tripod. I use a study video tripod that telescopes down to a small package so it fits into my carry-on luggage. 4. Get some headphones. Any type will do. Any type will do. You just have to make sure there is no buzz in the audio. You can get this entire bundle for cheap. Go to marketyourspeech.com/video for a list of recommended equipment. Once you have got to your equipment, you are ready to shoot. But keep these tips in mind so you don't give the speech of your life and then realize you forgot to press record. Tips on shooting a great video. Tips on shooting a great video. Tips on shooting a great video. 1. Ask for a camera operator as part of your contract, especially if you are speaking for free. Ask if your client can provide a volunteer to operate your camera. Sometimes they will set me up with a professional video guy whom I pay $50 to operate my camera. $50 is a small investment if your demo lands you a $10,000 booking. Plus, most clients are happy to do it, and very often you get some skilled people. Sometimes they will already have a camera set up. In this case, ask if you can have a copy of the video and make sure to get the cameraman's card to make sure to frame your shot. You want a shot of yourself where the viewer can see your body as well as your facial expressions. Make sure to frame your shot. You want to shot of yourself where the viewers can see your body as well as your facial expressions. I frame my shot at my knees and 1 inch above my head. This shot works well if you are standing still on or moving around. What makes a great demo? The National Speakers Association actually served meeting planners on this very topic. What they said they wanted was no fancy introduction with a bunch of special effects and a voice-over introduction. No highly produced videos shot in a studio. Anyone can look good in front of friends and family. Give us the what I see is what I get version. What I see, what I get version. Give us the what I see, what I get version. Production values are not as important as documenting a real event in front of a live audience. That being said, good production values do help your credibility. Good lighting and good sound are most important. Skip the fancy cuts, fades and effects. Give us your best clip, 3 to 5 minutes, right up front, and then follow it with a complete performance, uncut. If we like the first bit, we'll watch the rest. Cut in your PowerPoint slides if you use them, so we can see what's on the screen. Audience testimonials are usually a waste of our time. You will only include the glowing ones. Anyway, let us see your show in shots of the audience reacting and judge it for ourselves. 3. Deal with the lighting. Turn off any lighting that's behind you or cover any window so you don't look dark. Very often in hotel rooms there aren't any lights on the platform. This is no time to be a diva. I ask for a ladder and a broom. Swivel that lights around to focus on where I am going to be speaking. 4. Shoot audience reaction shots. Meeting planners love seeing the faces of audience members enjoying your speech, laughing, applauding, and getting teary-eyed. And if you get the opportunity to speak to a large audience, the shot of the packed audience is your money shot. Speakers who speak for large groups command higher prices. In order to get these shots, you can use a second camera or even use your cell phone with a camera. Actually, once you have a lot of good video of your performance, use your free bookings to get audience shots. Or here is another clever way to get audience shots without having to hire someone to do it. If there is a speaker on before you stand up front and to the side and get video of the audience reacting to that speaker. You won't be using the audio from these clips, so it's easy to drop them into your demo video. This is exactly what reality television shows do when they edit their shows together. However, it would be out to integrity if you shoot reaction shots of an audience that you were never in front of. 5. Shoot video testimonials. After your speech, shoot short videos of audience members speaking directly to the camera about how much they enjoyed your show. Meeting planners may not want to see this on your demo video, but you can use it on your web page. Make sure that you get a very variety of people, age, gender, ethnicity to give testimonials. Editing your video. 1. Find a video editor. As the meeting planners said in the sidebar on page 298, you don't need anything fancy for your demo video. An endless parade of special effects will distract from your message. You can find a great editor on Craigslist or at your college or even high school. Better yet, your video editor might be you. Editing video has been simplified and is even available on an iPad. 2. How to get a speaker agent's attention. The days of spending a bureau expensive, bulky so the days of sending a bureau expensive, bulky VHS / DVD / press kits are over. Thankfully, the best way submit to a speaker's bureau is via email. A link to your speaker's website and a separate direct link to one or more video clips. It's important to put your best video clip link on top of the email, since bureaus will watch your video first, and if they like what they see, they will then review the rest of your information. To have a clear opening. Imagine a committee sitting down to pick the speaker and they have 30 video links to click. They will decide within the First thing, come on. Okay, so have a clear opening. This is the thing. Okay. And to drink water. Okay. To have a clear opening, imagine a committee sitting down to pick the speaker, and they have 30 video links to click. They will decide within the first 30 seconds if they are seconds if you are any good. So make sure those first 30 seconds rock. No pompous stuff, no voiceover, no special effects. They are looking for reality. Just get right to it. Give them the best 3 to 5 minutes of your speech. If they want to see more, direct them to your website. I open my demo video with a shot of a huge audience. Then I have 15 seconds to testimonials from famous people such as Oprah Winfrey, CNN, Diane Sevier, and then Bam. I go right into a funny part of my speech. Don't fret if you don't have these shots of testimonials right now. Just make sure the first clip they see of you is one where you look great, professional, funny, and it expresses the message of you. Very often my client, the meeting planner, will watch a speaker's video while we are on the phone, and that gets them hooked. Speakers have to have a video that wows a client within the first 30 seconds. Jonathan Vigant, CEO of Big Speak, Motivational Speakers Bureau. 3. Constantly update your video. Another reason not to spend a job of money on your demo video is you need to keep updating it with better clips. When you get to the gig, you want your client to recognize you and not ask you. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Slowly but surely you will find the demo video improving. So don't burn 1,000 DVDs in 2 months. You will have better footage and you will hate what you already shot. And honestly, it's been a long time since anyone has even asked for a DVD. Mostly they want a link to your YouTube video. Okay. Mostly they want a link to your YouTube video or your website. So go to speakerdemo.com and upload your video, your happy letters, and create your own electronic press kit. By the way, it is free. Wow. Thank you. Marketing essential. Number 3. Get your www on. Once you have your video, it's time to create your most important marketing material, a professional website. Your website must contain these essentials. The message of you on your front page reduced to a very clear, short and concise phrase that includes the results you give your audience. Wow. The message of you and you on your front page reduced to a very clear, short, and concise phrase that includes the results you give your audiences. Your video or short video clips. Your bio written to impress a list of clients. Your keynote titles and short descriptions. Starting off, it's perfectly fine to have just one keynote. Your contact information. A simple sign up for your newsletter or other free giveaway. The following are optional. I have two. God. And all it is a form where a client can enter in what they are looking for, what their price range is, and what they want the speaker to accomplish. Your fee schedule. Website styles change all the time. Spend time researching how other speakers' sites look and feel and see what kind of styles fits your message of you. Keep it simple and don't do anything that is really campy or all pink or all pink or written in a cartoon font. This will distract from your professionalism, and people looking for speakers don't have a lot of time to navigate through multiple layers of flash video. Click your site and get your message. Don't try and be all things to all people. Be crystal clear on what you want, what you do, and what a company will gain from hiring you. Describe what I call a positioning statement that describes the concept and outcome of working with you. For example, my positioning statement is I work with speakers who want to book more business, make more money, and avoid costly mistakes. That's the first thing people see when they hit my site. I work with speakers who want to book more business, make more money, and avoid costly mistakes. That's the first thing people see when they hit my site. Lois Creamer, business consultant for speakers. Also, make sure that your website is across platform compatible, as I needs it to look great whether the client is on their laptop or their iPad. Finally, your website is there to catch the eye of a meeting planner who is surfing the net and looking for a speaker such as yourself. SEO, search engine optimization, is extremely important when you are a speaker, so that your site will come up when someone's look. Don't be everything to everybody. The boys. Don't be everything to everybody. One of the keys to being active on social media without becoming overwhelmed is to create a long-term schedule of content that allows you to consistently post across the platforms. You want to be a magazine, not a newspaper. Pre-writing and planning your content will afford you the time to engage and converse with your audience. Lisa McTeague, marketing consultant. Okay, so SEO, search engine optimization, is extremely important when you are a speaker, so that your site will come up when someone's looking for an expert on your topic. Go to marketyourspeech.com/websites for tips on how to optimize your website. Marketing essentials number 4. Become a social butterfly. Social media is an essential way to spread the message of you to a national make that global audience. We have come a long way from hiring kids to put stamps and labels on postcards and sending out huge mailings in order to publicize an event. Now we have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and more ways coming each day. Here are some tips to assist you using social media to your advantage. Rather than posting exclusively about yourself, remember the basic rule of speaking. It's about the audience. People care about themselves. They do not care about what or who you had for breakfast. Use your posts to create a dialogue, asking others what they think as well as giving away useful information that brands you as an expert on your speaking topic. Build your fan base via tweets. Twitter gives everyone the ability to build loyal communities while delivering content that is truly wanted by co-creating with your audience. That makes Twitter brilliant and highly valuable to the speaking industry. Michelle Price @ProsperityGal, social communication speaker, biz radio host and founder, #SpeakChat. Your Facebook friends can become your best PR agents, especially if they have jobs. I friended a childhood friend of mine. When his company was looking for speakers, he recommended me and I got the job. Never post anything on Facebook you don't want a client to see. Be very aware of the privacy settings on your social media accounts. You don't want a potential corporate client to see the semi-drunken pictures from your bachelorette party. I suggest having a private, non-public Facebook page for you, your family and close friends, and on that page you can have pictures of you winning the beer bong contest or goofy pictures of your cat. But on your professional page, remember that everything you post on the internet is your public face as a speaker. Don't do anything that will turn off a potential client from the posts you do. To the picture you share, the blogs you write, to the video you have, all be consistent with the message of you. With that said, it's not enough just to sit in front of a computer. You have to get out of the house and do the good old-fashioned meet and greets. The most cities, there are business organizations, women's networking groups, entrepreneur groups, meetings of all sorts, classes. Don't forget the social in social media. The secret to being effective in social media is to create and participate in communities. For example, join in to tweet chat or join speaking groups on LinkedIn. It's the fast track to getting well known. Louis Creamer, business consultant for speakers, classes, and workshops. Every time you step out of your house, you are meeting potential clients. If you are shy, get over it. You can't be a wallflower if you want to step on stage. Enter those networking meetings as if you are entering on stage with confidence. Always have business cards handy. Chambers of commerce are fully of business folks who can get you work. Go to messageofyou.com/orgs for a listing of organizations and associations that book speakers. Marketing essential. Number 5. Work your database. At 8 years old, I learned the power of a database. My database at that time consisted of a wooden receipt box that ran my magic birthday party business. Every client had a separate card, and a few months prior to their next birthday, I did my marketing calls. Mr. Johnson, this year we have a new and improved birthday party. Now that your son is 6 years old, we have added an accordion and the hockey pocky, although in database. Although in database has gone from my receipt box to my computer and now onto the cloud. It is an essential marketing tool to keep track of my clients and fans. Every person who emails me, every business card I get, every person who takes my class, every audience member I speak in front of goes into my database and becomes a part of the audience for the message of me. The strength of my database is what helps me sell my products, sell my speeches, and have an audience of fans that support me in my work. Go to the messageofyou.com/databases to find templates for the latest databases that you can use to assist you in keeping track of your fans. If you are truly motivating in your speeches, audience members will want more of you. Every time you speak, you want to increase your base by getting the names and emails of people in the audience. When you speak, every person in the audience can be possible gift for you, especially if you are speaking to a diverse group. If people some different businesses and organizations such as your city's chamber of commerce, you might have in front of you not only bankers and insurance put people, but also female entrepreneurs, scientists, engineers, and meeting planners. So, how do you get everyone's business card? I like to have a drawing, so everybody drawing. So everybody throws in their business card, and then I give away one of my books. That way I am able to collect emails. Another way to get the emails is to have a bag on the table, and everyone throws their business card in with a promise of receiving additional tips from you. There is an app for that. Entering business cards doesn't have to be a hassle. Using a smartphone, there are apps that make entering data as easy as taking a picture. There are even apps that can turn your mic, that can turn your phone into a credit card machine, For a list of recommended apps for speakers, go to marketyourspeech.com/services. Many speakers are now using interactive social media during their speeches or build their following. For instance, you can include an interactive action steps during your speech, where you ask audience members to take out their smartphones and tweet comments on or answers to a question. In a few seconds, you have added a few hundred people to your social network, and you didn't even have to enter in any emails. Can you say convenient? I'm coming from washroom. Okay, I'm getting sleep. That's why I came from washroom. Let's start. But having email, Facebook, and Twitter followers doesn't mean anything unless you work your list by giving your fans value. Each week I send out a newsletter that contains my weekly blog giving free solid advice and helpful tips on my message that repeatedly establishes me as an expert in my field. Never send an email without an unsubscribe link. Never send an email without an unsubscribe link. If you if you employ these steps, you will hear those magic words. How much would you charge to come speak? If you employ these steps, you will hear those magic words. How much would you charge to come speak to my group? If you have an agent, it will be their job to handle this question. If you are unrepped, you will have to handle it on your own. Marketing essential number 6. Get involved. Cause related marketing. Get involved. Cause related marketing. On the red carpet, the truly big stars. On the red carpet, the truly big stars are not just talking about what they are wearing, but rather what cause they are serving. Paul McCartney is a fervent animal rights advocate. Lady Gaga sings and speaks out about gay rights. Justin Bieber lends his name to anti-bullying campaigns, and you can't think of Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt without also thinking about their massive charity causes. But you don't have to wait until they are a star to do cause-related marketing, nor do you have to fly to Namibia to adopt an African baby. What you can do is join a charity that is in sync with the message of you. This means that by associating yourself with a cause that is larger than yourself, you will expand your contacts, mingle with people who are movers and shakers, get positive media exposure, increase speaking opportunities, but of course, do something good for others. A win-win situation. To agent or not to agent. Here is how speaking agents work. They take 25 to 30% of your fee. For that service, they introduce you to their client, draw up your contract and make sure you get paid. And of course, the best way to get a speaking agent is to already be working and making money as a speaker. In other words, wait. So, sure, you get paid. And see me, hear me, book me. We only book speakers that have already been reviewed by our bureau staff. All our speakers have already matched our criteria: professionalism, presentation skills, testimonials, expertise in their topic areas, and quality of their materials. Kelly MacDonald Hill, Senior VP, Speakers Spotlight. And of course, the best way to get a speaking agent is to already be working and making money as a speaker. In other words, if you don't need an agent, agents will want you. It's like getting married once that ring is on your finger. Suddenly all kinds of potential suitors come knocking. Go figure. Basically approaching a speaking agent is very similar to approaching your audience. Matching speakers to clients 101. How a speaker bureau matches a speaker to a client can be a complicated, long process depending on the client's needs. Factors include themes the client's needs. Factors include themes and the client needs addressed, the specific audience profile, everything from work and audience experience, ages, professional development, gender, etc. The overall event goals, program placement, past event speakers and other speakers speaking at the event. Mike Frick, speaker, agent, president of speaking.com, Speakers Bureau. Basically, approaching a speaking agent is very similar to approaching your audience. It's all about them. If your speaking topic helps them make more money, then it's a no-brainer that they will book you. But make sure that you have your ducks in order before contacting them. In order for a speaker bureau to be interested in you enough to submit you to one of their clients, you must have achieved at least one of the following. You are already making over $50,000 a year in the speaking business. You have got a hot book, TV show, or a YouTube video that went viral. You are an expert on a topic what is popular and they don't have anyone to their roster to cover it. You are getting requested by an agent's client. When you have achieved one or more of the above points, only then should you contact a bureau. Be very careful and research who they are prior to contacting them. You will only look foolish if you pitch yourself as a great healthcare speaker and then find out they only handle sports figures. But if you qualify and can prove them that you fill a gap in their current roster of clients, you can get them interested. Go to their website and do some research. If they don't have an expert in science, a female economist, a funny nurse, and you happen to be one of those things, then you might have a way to convince them that they need you. Each speaker bureau has its own particular way of accepting new speakers, which is usually posted on their website. Having your ducks in order. A speaker has to have a body of work prior to contacting a speakers bureau, including notoriety in the marketplace, already in high demand as a speaker, a particular expertise with proven credentials and a unique potential. Topic: Kelly MacDonald Hill. Okay, Kelly MacDonald Hill Senior VP Speakers Spotlight posted on their website. Again, do your research. Instructional videos on how to get a speaking agent are available at keynoteu.com. If, however, you don't have an agent or you have opted out of handing over 25% of your money to a complete stranger, you are going to have to learn how to negotiate on your own behalf. It's my favorite phone call. The one I get from my students screaming someone wants to hire me. OMG. What do? I love these happy, slightly hysterical calls. Call me nicely. Call me needy, but I like affirmations that my advice worked and my students are getting paid. Negotiating your fee. Negotiating your fee. Here are tips on how to negotiate your fees when someone asks, I would like you to speak at my organization. How much do you charge? 1. Rather than answering their question them first, even if you are a long-time speaker. Even if you are a long-time speaker with a set price. Rather than telling them your fee, you will want to ask them, what is your budget? Right away. This will tell you if this is the kind of booking that you will take. If you have told them you were a $10,000 a booking speaker, when they said that they were booking on spend $2,500, it would be hard to justify taking that gig. The best way is to avoid talking about money by replying, tell me the first about your event. Two, get the client talking about their problem. Get the client talking about their problem. Get the client talking about their event. Ask them specifically what results they are looking for from their speaker. Always take notes and really listen, as this will give you a way to customize your sales pitch later on in convention. Later on the conversation. So they are looking for from the speaker. Always take notes and really listen, as this will give you a well. Yeah, to get the client talking about the event, ask them specifically what results they are looking for from the speaker. Always take notes and really listen, as this will give you a way to customize your sales pitch. Later on in the conversation, knowing what they want, a keynote to achieve will give you a better idea how to convince them that you are a perfect fit. Or a conversation, knowing what they want a keynote to achieve will give you a better idea of how to convince them that you are a present that you are a perfect fit for their audience. 3. Next, looking at your notes about the results the client wants from you. From a keynote, reframe how your speech will give them the outcome will. Okay, so they are looking for. It's done. Solution humility is a virtue. You have to be willing to roll up your sleeves and make a gig work. Throwing a hissy fit or giving the meeting planner a big dose of attitude will only hurt you in the long run. Meeting planners talk to each other. Meeting planners talk to each other. Word gets around that you are high maintenance, and that's it. You are done. That you are high maintenance. Divas need not apply. Divas need not apply. Don't give a meeting planner the don't you know who I am. Don't give a meeting planner the don't you know who I am attitude. The goal is to make the event successful, and speakers need to be a partner in that rather than to become a problem. The speaker is there to help inspire us solve our problems, not to add to them. Sandy Buyback, CMM, founder, Imagination Meeting Planners, Inc. Chapter 17 Checklist. Issued a contract with a detailed rider. Researched my audience. Know my speech backward and forward. Made my PowerPoint presentations interesting. Scheduled a sound check. Scheduled a sound check. Chapter 19. Chapter 18. From fee to fee. Absolutely crucial marketing essentials. Crucial marketing essentials. How does a clerk at the Little Rock Housing Authority with no college degree become one of the world's most highly decorated professional speakers? Jim Cathcart was 26 years old when he joined a local Little Rock chapter of the JCs, a community service organization that promotes leadership, training and self-improvement for its young members. Jim got fanatically involved, and since he was one of the only members who actually took the time to read the JC's procedural manual, he was often asked to give reports as well as speeches on chapter leadership, community involvement, and how to motivate volunteers. In 2 years, he spoke 400 times. His big break came when one of the members of the JCs asked, "Can you do that presentation at my insurance company in Tulsa, Oklahoma?" To Jim, Oklahoma was practically an international gig. He spoke to the insurance agents, and it went so well that Massachusetts Mutual Life hired Jim to do their sales training for insurance agents in Tulsa and then around the country. 35 years later, Jim Cathcart is one of the highest grossing and most award-winning motivational speakers in the business. He has delivered more than 2,700 presentations in relationship selling to audiences in every state of the United States, most provinces of Canada, and countries from Scotland to Singapore. He also has published 16 books as well as been inducted into the National Speakers Association Hall of Fame, all from volunteering to speak at a local service organization. You might think Jim was lucky, but talk to any successful speaker and you will hear a similar story over and over again. Pro speakers often start their lucrative careers by speaking at part of their job speaking as part of their job or by volunteering to speak for free. Yes. Being a good Samaritan pays off. The turning point in my speaking career came when I agreed to do an unpaid job speakers seminar at my church. Seekers seminar at my church for about 100 people. When I did the seminar, there was a leader of a large organization in the audience. That led me to a paying job as well as other opportunities and invitations. Volunteering to speak is the way to move into paying gigs. Bob Yenega, speaker, helping others lead successful lives. Okay, your speaking career is not going to be launched by an agent or a client, but rather by you. It is hard work, and yes, it takes a bit of luck. Just remember, luck finds people who are already in motion. No matter where you are in your speaking career, no matter how terrific your speech is, no matter how much money you made last year, marketing your message of you needs to be attended to as a serious business venture. The good news is you won't need a lot of capital to start your business. What you will need is time. No wise speakers would love to have Jim Cathcart's career, but very few are willing to do what is necessary to achieve that level of success. Jim is one of the hardest working people in the speaker industry. Now in his 60s, Jim gets up early to run mountain trails as well as his business. He attends speaker educational seminars, constantly studies and improves his speech, and will still do free gigs to improve his visibility and increase his client base. Case study from cave to CEO. You, how did a guy who grew up dirt poor in a log cabin without basic necessities like running water or a flushing toilet become an in-demand speaker and CEO of a multi-million-dollar company? By believing in his message. After graduating college, Jonah White knew he wanted to pursue a career in marketing, but was unsure how his path would guide him there, so he did something different. He decided to go back to nature to find clarity and moved into a cave on the land where he had grown up. He then met Richard Bailey, a dental student. For fun had made a pair of fake hillbilly teeth. Jonah instantly saw the potential, sold his gun for $400 and started Billy Bob Inc., working out of his parents' house. 2 years later, he made his first million, and after his rags to riches story was featured in People US magazine, The Today Show, CNN, and others. Calls poured in from Fortune 500 companies to hear his message. I've always have been different, and there is power in that. That's my message. When I speak the power of being different. In chapter 7, I gave you instructions on how to book non-paying speaking engagements. If you apply yourself, you can work every week. In this chapter, I will be focusing on what you need to do after your gig to turn free into free. You can have a successful career as a speaker. You can make a living at this, but I will not kid you. It's a full-time job. It's a full-time job. Turning free gigs into paying gigs means you are going into the speaker business. You will have challenges. You will have times when you wonder if and when it will pay off. But those who make a living at this all have one thing in common: they never give up. Those who persist succeed. Those who persist succeed. But Judy, I'm just an actor. I don't need anything about running a company. If you are an actor, then consider this the role you okay this so if you are an actor, then consider this is a role of a lifetime. You just got cast as the CEO as well as marketing director of a production called The Message of You. Put your acting chops to work and fake it until you make it. Fake it until you become it. Act as if you are your own CEO. Talk to any CEO and after a couple of drinks, they'll admit they go to bed each night with self-doubt about their own abilities. I never went to business school. I don't have to MBA, but what I have always had is a willingness to work hard, learn from my mistakes, and make my business work. When things get tough, I don't give up. I don't give up. I okay. I try different solutions. Being an entrepreneur takes the sum of set of creative skills that I use to write jokes, the ability to see the world with fresh eyes, and to think out of the box. To freebie or not to be, or not to freebie. That is the question. I'm coming from washroom. I'm coming from washroom. I'm back from washroom. My bottles are empty. I need to fill. After some time I will. Okay, to freebie or not to freebie? To freebie or not to freebie? That is the question. All speakers do freebies, even the ones earning over. All speakers do freebies, even the ones earning over $10,000 a gig. $10,000 a gig. You just need to choose your freebies wisely. Professional speaker Mimi Donaldson. Mimi Donaldson only agrees to free gigs if they meet her seven qualifications. 1. The topic is chosen by me and must be related to products I sell. 2. I must be able to sell my products at the event and distribute order forms before I speak to all attendees. 3. I require a 6 to 8 foot table in a prominent place where participants will be, not off in another room somewhere. 4. I require at least 40 minutes of speaking time. I tell them it's not a commercial, it's content. 5. Location corresponds to number of attendees. If the venue is within an hour's drive of my house, the audience must be at least 25 people. Over an hour's drive, at least 50 people. 6. I always require an attendee list with names and emails. You grow your database. You grow your database, and this speech becomes your first touch with each member of the audience. Sometimes it takes more than one touch to sell a paid speech. You can email them after the speech and send your valuable newsletter or a report. Your valuable newsletter or a report. 7. I never accept a freebie for a corporation with the hope or promise they will pay next time. They never will. Why should they? You gave it away the first time. With the hope or promise they will pay. Okay. Marketing essential. Number 1. Milk that free gig for all its worth. Cover. Some people might. Dismiss non-paying gigs as beneath them, but if you are smart and you work these gigs are right, they can give you a lot more than a fee. They can give you everything you need to launch your career. Free gigs can provide you with the marketing materials you will need to book future paying gigs such as video clips, testimonials, fans, stage time, referrals, product sales, paying clients. Ooh. Wow. Think about it. How much money would it take to get PR, reviews, a grateful audience to listen to you, a professional video and feedback a lot? A free gig can provide you with thousands of dollars worth of promotion so play these gigs for all they are worth and consider their worth in sales. Many professional speakers opt not to charge a speaking fee and instead make a bundle in the back of room sales of their products and services. More on that later. For for now, I need you. Okay, feedback. A lot, a lot of free gig can provide. Think about it. How much money would it take to get peer reviews, a grateful audience to listen to you, a professional video can feedback a lot. A free gig can provide you with thousands of dollars worth of promotion. So play these gigs for all they are worth and consider their worth in sales. Many professional speakers opt not to charge a speaking fee and instead make a bundle in the back of room sales of their products and services. More on that later. For now, I need you to gather your testimonials. Post speech is no time to become shy. You have done so much work. Stopping the momentum after a gig is like dropping the ball 10 feet from a touchdown. After you do a free booking, call the event planner the very next day and ask him if they have a few minutes for feedback. Most people I call are flattered to be asked. Ask them what comments people had about your speech and write down every single thing they say, both good and bad. You can learn from the bad and you will get marketing materials from the good. After a gig hangout, 1. Stick around. The good questions come up during breaks and after your bow. 2. Be available. If you are rushing or packing up your equipment, and anyone who wants to speak with you will feel disregarded. Listen to people. If you have to vacate the stage quickly to make room for the next speaker, tell the fans. Tell fans you'll meet with them in hall or at the reception. 3. Place yourself by the exit doors at the end of your presentation so you can visit, smile, shake hands and make eye contact. 4. Offer to send bonus information via mail or email to audience members. Okay. 4. Offer to send bonus information via mail or email to audience members. Ask them to specify the requested information on the back of their business cards. 7. Follow through by promptly sending out requested material. 5. I am going to fill water and drink water. Okay. Number 6. Request the mailing list or cards of attendees. Send them a reminder note within 2 weeks of your presentation. 7. Offer to sign them up for your e-newsletter or an email. Follow up. 8. Write an article of the audience's newsletter. Karen Sussman. Okay, request the mailing list or cards of attendees. Send them a reminder note within 2 weeks of your presentation. 7. Offer to sign them up for your e-newsletter or an email follow-up. 8. Write an article of the audience's newsletter. Karen Sussman. Professional speaker. Be at ease communicating with humans. They might be saying people love you. We really appreciated that you customized your speech for us. People said you were one of the funniest speakers that we have had. A few people complained about having too much audience participation. Your content was very informative, but Judy, what if I sucked at the booking? I don't want to embarrass myself by calling the client. If your gig didn't go as well as you planned, then it is doubly important to summon up your courage and call the client rather than blame. If your gig don't go as well as you planned, then it is doubly important to summon up your courage and call the client rather than blaming yourself. There may have been extenuating circumstances. I had one gig that didn't go so well. I called up the client and he actually apologized to me for having me speak at the end of a long day to a tired and front audience. Boy, that made me feel so much better. The meeting planner and I both learned a lesson: never speak to a crowd whose day was full of speakers, followed by an open bar. If If you ask the right questions prior to signing a contract, you can make suggestions to the client. After all, both of you want your speech to be a hit. I've actually turned down bookings when clients insist on putting me in a losing situation. You always have a choice. In any case, you must open up the conversation by asking your client for honest feedback. Don't argue or defend yourself. Just write down. Just write down everything. Just write down everything. They say, then get together with your speaker buddy and see if you want to implement any of three. Okay, yes. Give the feedback. Give the feedback. Okay. If the feedback was largely positive, ask your contact, would it be possible for you to get what you said on your stationery to include in a test kit? I don't want to be please them close. And I know how busy you are, so I have written down everything you said, and I would appreciate it if you could copy and paste it to your stationery. Sign it or change it as you see fit, and either mail it to me or PDF to me. I have never had a client say no. Within 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, I send them my thank you letter. Minus or the negative feedback. I have been in this business a long time and I still collect these testimonial letters, what I refer to as happy letters. Usually their happy letters is turned right away. I scan it into a PDF and put it on my computer. I edit it for quotes and the bath and then I categorize it according to industry such as healthcare, insurance, government, etc. Now you have a letter and a name, and you can turn this PDF into many bookings. gather referrals. In that same phone call, ask your client if they can refer you to someone else in the industry. If you what happened? Sleepy. Okay. In that same phone call, ask our client if they can refer you to someone else in the industry. If you have spoken for a local chapter of an association or organization, ask if they know the person in charge of booking speakers for the statewide conference or for the national conference. Once you have the name of a new contact and the name of your referral plus your happy letter. Plus your happy letter. You are in business. The way I frame this question is to ask, do you know of others who would benefit from hearing my message? Since you are putting them on the spot, give them some ideas to spur their memory. Spur their memory. Do you know any associations or other departments at your company who would benefit from hearing my message? At first it was really hard for me to do these calls, but I found them 99% of the people were willing to talk to me. They gave me great feedback, wrote the happy letters, offered referrals, and let me use their names as a recommendation. Marketing essential. Number 2. You gotta give good demo. Once you have your happy letters and referrals, you can get on the phone and start calling for more non-paying gigs. All you need is the EP here, electronic press kit. You created at the end of part 1 and your demo video. Wait, what? I have to have a video? I have to have a video? If you want to work, then yes. Basically, you need to create a terrific knockout demo video. But you don't need to spend a lot of money to do this. Most speakers who hire a production company to shoot their speech admit it was money flushed down the toilet. Hiring a few puts unnecessary tension on you to frame the best speech and learn from my mistakes. time I spend a lot of money having a camera to shoot me. Sometimes when I run the day. Okay, so every time I spend a lot of money having a camera to shoot me something event has to be wrong. The day we hire a camera with a guarantee that instead of lose spontaneous speech, they will end up shooting a film trying to be perfect. They will inevitably end up mispronouncing words. Running loud type or lighting might be a problem as well, and the backdrop has an 35% chance of looking cheesy, but that's nothing compared to the hair issue. I don't know what it is, but if you spend money to video your speech, you will have one single strand of hair that decides to stick straight up and make I don't know what it is, but if you spend money to video hair issue, I don't know what it is, but if you spend money to video your speech, you will have one single strand. Of hair that decides you. Okay, hair that decides to stick straight up, making even footage of a great performance absolutely unusual. I want to make footage on lots of different gigs and okay, there is no reason to pay professional to do that job. You can get a great camera video and extremely affordable way investing in you can get a great camera video and extremely affordable way by extremely affordable way by investing in your own equipment and support and shoot every breaking point if something doesn't help you. here is how you do it. Okay, equipment necessary to earn. And again we will washroom. Okay, let's do it. You are now ready to perform your speech. In order to make sure your first performance isn't a disaster, let's cover what can go wrong. So it doesn't. Okay, assume only makes an as out of you. More things go wrong for speakers than entertainers because speakers are usually not performing in a venue created for an audience slash performer relationship. Okay, speakers end up trying to make do with an embassy suits, multi-purpose room, or even speaking at a restaurant with muzak blaring in the background while their audience sucks down Sierra mist and picks fish bones out of their front teeth. If you don't have specific working conditions in your contract or rider, they will not happen. As a matter of fact, each section of my rider, a supplement to the contract has an origination story because I had mistakenly assumed that these issues were no brainers. I was wrong. And now those that can be avoided with advanced preparation are included in my rider. And those that can't be remedied by a rider can still be spotted and sidestepped. I'm going to share these disaster stories so you don't have to live through your own. I was expected to perform on a revolving stage where each minute I had a different audience in front of me. Hi, how are you doing? Hi, how are you doing? I had to compete with a bartender blending margaritas right beside the stage. When I got to my heart story, and then my mother, with her last dying breath, said, "Room, room, room, room." There were no chairs. People were milling around and fidgeting. Wait, don't wander away. This next point is really life-changing. I was totally in the dark. All the lights were focused on the audience rather than rather than on me. I could see them. They couldn't see me. Anyone got a flashlight. Anyone got a flashlight. I was positioned to stand on a platform behind the audience, so the audience had their backs to me. Sorry to interrupt. Hello, hello. Sorry to interrupt. Hello. Can everyone turn around, please? Can everyone turn around, please? There were children playing hide and seek on the stage. Put my water bottle back. That is not a toy. The CEO of the company got drunk and neckled me as if I were a comic at a Long Island comedy club. So, the second point about increasing sales is you suck. I spent the first 5 minutes talking into a dead microphone. Can you hear me now? What about now? I was booked for a speech for the junior blind, only to arrive and find out that they were the junior deaf. Can you hear me now? What about now? Sound awful. You are right. Sound awful. You are right. The good news is there are ways to avoid disaster by pre-planning. Mistake number 1. #1. You figure a free gig means you don't need a contract. You figure a free gig means you don't need a contract. Most disasters start with the words, but I thought you said you must have everything in writing. But I thought you said you must have everything in writing, or you may find yourself stuck with a random $25 parking fee, fighting to get your video camera back after it was confiscated at the door, or being pushed back on stage after your finale because the client assumed you were speaking for an hour when you would for an hour. For an hour when you'd been told it was a half hour meeting. Solution, get it in writing, freebie or not. You have to have a contract. Go to marketyourspeech.com/legal to download contract templates. Here is a list of what's in my contract. Contact person, date and time to off talk, sound check time, venue details, address phone, emergency cell phone number of contact person, travel arrangements including exactly what they are paying for, travel arrangements including exactly what they are paying for. Title of talk, length of talk, prices non-disclosed, prices non-disclosed including dates, money is due, half payment upfront, etc. Prices non-disclosed, non-disclosed including dates, including dates, money is due, half payment upfront, etc. Cancellation policy, in addition to the contract, you also need a rider, which is a supplement of your contract that has the details of the audio/video requirements and others you need video requirements and others you need in order to speak. Here are some of the conditions in various speakers riders. Internet connection and projector needed for PowerPoint. Internet connection and projector needed for PowerPoint. Here are some of the conditions in various speakers riders. Internet connection and projector needed for PowerPoint. Type of microphone needed, handheld, lavalier, etc. Type of microphone needed, microphone stand, stage diagram, table and volunteer at the back of the room, for speaker product sales. Water on stage, no children in audience, audience seated close to stage. Stage lighting, raised 4 into 8 foot, platform of a raised stage. Sound person, permission to videotape, and a person to man the camera. Personal assistant to pick out brown, Mr. and Miss M and MS, Mr. and Mrs. No joke. Brown, Mr. and MS, M and MS, Mr. and Mrs. No joke. It's in Van Halen's contract. It's an Van Halen's contract. Fun fact about Van Halen's rider. Van Halen started performing in smaller cities, Macon, Georgia, for example, and after a few shows where their rider had not been read safety hazards, they added no brown M&Ms in the middle of all of technical requirements. So instead of checking everything for every gig, they just checked the M&M bowl. No brown M&Ms. The contact had been read. Brown M&Ms, everything must be checked. No M&Ms, cancel the show. Okay, brown M&Ms. Brown M&Ms. No joke. It's in van. Okay. No M&Ms, cancel the show. Mistake number 2. You didn't ask what happens before you speak. Mistake number 2. You didn't ask what happens before you speak. You prepared a motivational speech on surviving cancer, but when you arrived at your gig, you find that you are booked to speak after a beer pong party. Your audience is drunk and they have no desire to think about life or death issues. You are screwed. As I have repeated throughout this book, you must research your audience and the conditions under which you will be speaking by simply calling your client. And interviewing them in advance of your gig. No amount of money can soothe the wounds of a miserable speaking experience. You will walk away from that stage and feel defeated, or worse, you will be so afraid to try again that you will quit when all you really needed to do was pick up the phone and ask a simple question. Tell me what happens to the audience before I go on. I mean, from the moment they wake up until the moment I walk on stage. Find out if the gig is a no-win situation. If they want you to speak after a full day of meetings, it's a no-win. If they want you to speak after an open bar, it's a no-win. If they are serving dinner during your speech, forget it. If your audience has sat through an awards ceremony where they gave out 40 plugs, give it up. The ceremony where they gave out 40 plugs, give it up. You could be the second coming and you still won't get a reaction. They instead negotiate a different time slot, and if you can't seriously consider turning down the job. Okay. Try instead to negotiate a different time slot, and if you can't, seriously consider turning down the job. Solution. Refer back to chapter 8 for advanced research. Solution. Refer back to chapter 8 for advanced research. Also go to the messageofyou.com to download an up-to-date PDF questionnaire on what to ask clients before you step on stage. If you don't ask, then don't tell. Then don't tell. If you don't ask, then don't tell. Mistake number 3. If you have 35 PowerPoint slides and none of them are funny, I have mentioned using PowerPoint in this book only because I am not a big believer in it. Organizations pay a premium to have a speaker appear in person, and you lose value if your audience spends more time reading a screen than listening to you. Also, PowerPoint is a sure way to broadcast to an audience that your speech is not spontaneous, as it is entirely mapped out, and you are not going to deviate from your plan. A mistake. Power up your PowerPoint. A mistake speakers make is having too much information on each PowerPoint slide. If a slide takes longer than 3 seconds to read, it's going to distract from your speech tips. Simplify your text. It's better to have just one sentence and a picture than an essay. Break your complex points across several slides. Use animation to have one bullet point. One bullet point at a time. Become visible so people don't read ahead. Add an interesting and engaging photo to help support your points. Go to stockphoto.com for finding photos for presentations. Tom Drew's presentation coach and productivity expert. In some cases, 3D. In some cases, there is definitely a need for slides to illustrate a point you can't easily convey verbally, such as graphs of financial data, or pictures as point you can't easily convey verbally, such as a graphs of to illustrate a point you can't easily convey verbally, such as graphs of financial data or pictures that make a point so perfectly it makes more sense to show rather than tell. Techies have more of an excuse to use PowerPoint than other speakers. Great. Okay, so So techies have more of an excuse to use PowerPoint than other speakers, but it doesn't mean they should use them excessively. People get bored. I'm coming quickly from washroom. I came from washroom. दूर गया था मैंने क्या okay, I am fully ready. In some cases, there is definitely a need for slides to illustrate a point you can't easily convey verbally, such as graphs of financial data or pictures that make a point so perfectly that it makes more sense to show rather than tell. Techies have more of an excuse to use PowerPoint than other speakers. Okay. Tips in PowerPoint than other speakers, but it doesn't mean they should use them excessively. People get bored quickly if you force them to read when they planned. When they planned on just listening. Nobody wants to have to read slide after slide of text in tiny print with complicated graphs and data. They would much rather have you simplify it for them and tell them in a way that's interesting and entertaining. That's why you are getting paid. Also, depending on PowerPoint means there will be a lot of places you can't speak, such as the smaller after dinner events that don't offer screens or projectors. Solution go for a laugh. If you must use slides, you must make them interesting, dynamic and funny and rely more on the visual elements than the text. Otherwise you will annoy the older folks in management who forgot to bring their reading glasses. Refer back to chapter 15 on adding comedy. The quickest and fastest way to get a laugh here is to use the list of 3 comedy formula. 2 serious slides and then follow it up with a funny third. Easy, and you have even got a visual reminder of your joke at messageofyou.com/services. There are lists of sites that will assist you in making your slides visually funny as well. Mistake number 4. Oh, I don't really need a sound check. Hello, is this on? All it takes is one technique. All it takes is one technical issue to torpedo an entire gig, which makes it of utmost importance to schedule a sound check and coordinate with the and coordinate with the sound person before you even arrive. Make sure your client has a detailed list of all of your tech needs at least 2 weeks before the gig, and as soon as you arrive, check in to make sure you are good to go. Solution: the sound person is now your best friend. The sound man can make or break your gig. I learned early in my career that not being nice to a sound person can ruin a speech. One sound man thought it would be very funny to play audio rim shots after every one of my jokes. Note that sound techs are usually not drug tested and get bored easily. This person needs to be treated with utmost respect. Here are some tips for working with the sound person. 911 your audience for help. 911 your audience for help. Don't take on a technical problem alone. If something goes wrong and you think that you alone have to fix it, the seconds it takes to do so will seem like yawns. And if you can't fix it, you are toast. Instead, bring the audience in on it. Are there any computer experts in the room? That sort of question will get you at least 3 engineers dying to help. Then it's everyone's problem, not just yours. Nick Morgan, speaker and author of Give Your Speech, Change the World: How to Move Your Audience to Action. Oh my God. To err is human, but it takes a computer to really screw things up. Anonymous. Always get the sound person's name. Avoid attitude problems. Always get the sound person's name. Thank them profusely for caring enough to make sure your set is glitch free. Always talk into the microphone to get levels. Note that microphone levels will need to be adjusted when the room is full of warm bodies. Those of you who have a PowerPoint, do a run though in advance, so you don't spend your time repeating, "Can I have my next slide, please? Please." Those of you who have a PowerPoint, do a run though in advance, so you don't spend your time repeating, can I have my next slide, please? Please. No, not that one. No, not that one. Mistake number 5. You poke fun at the audience. You poke fun at the audience. As I said in chapter 8, never make fun of the people sitting in front of you. Solution: make fun of yourself and not them. Even if the committee who hired you tells you it's a good idea to poke fun at the CEOs. Elvis like hair. Elvis like hair. Avoid the temptation. Even if before you go on, the cool CEO shows endless boring slides from his vacation at Dolly World. Don't reach for the low hanging fruit. Never diss the person signing your check, as if you do, you might not get one. Review chapter 8 once again to learn how to make fun of you rather than them. Mistake 2. Mistake number 6. You are introduced. You are introduced as a business expert and you are wearing jeans. When I first got into speaking, I wrote business suits. I felt I needed to look like the person in my audience, but here is the thing. You are an outsider and you need to dress according to your message. Larry Wingate, who brands himself the pit bull of personal development, wears jeans and punk sites. Okay. When I first go into speaking, I wrote business suits. I felt I needed to look like the people in my audience. But here is the thing. You are an outsider and you need to dress according to your message. Larry Wingate, who brands himself the pit bull of personal development, wears jeans and punk shirts. No matter where he speaks, he dresses to his message. It creates a disconnect. If what your audience sees doesn't match what they hear. If you are introduced as a specialist in dealing with Gen Zers, and you are wearing a business suit, you are in trouble. Solution: be a fashionista. Be a functional fashionista. Consider the time of day. If you have got the 8 a.m. morning keynote, dress casually. If you are the entertainer of an evening black tie dinner, then put on a jacket or a beaded something. And it doesn't matter if you are a guy or a girl. Overt sexuality will only serve as a distraction. Keep your cleavage covered. Guy or a girl only serve as a distraction. Keep your cleavage covered. Finding the right thing to wear is about being authentic to your message and allowing that to be reflected in your style. And hey, if you still can't figure out what to wear, hire a personal stylist for a one-time private session. Have them pick out three or four options for you. Are you speaking in that? Kathy Riefenstein, speech coach and founder and president of an now presenting a DC area communications training firm, has some great tips for the wardrobe impaired. 1. Your image will speak volumes about you before you even open your mouth. Make sure it's saying the right things. Does your conservative suit and muted tie support your creative innovative image? Does your blouse with the low cut neckline cry senior executive? Low cut neckline. Certainly different corporate cultures will embrace different styles, but the point is to be sure your clothing is indeed communicating the desired image. Dress for the audience. Dress so they get a visual pleasing picture, but not so they are distracted by your array of non-matching patterns, bold designs, or heels so high you look like you are going to trip. Your audience shouldn't be more engaged by your clothing than they are by your message. 3. Be the best dressed dressed person in the room. Always dress a notch, but not two above the standard. Attire as a compliment to your audience. It adds to your credibility. 4. If you have pockets in whatever you are wearing, empty them before the presentation. There are few things more annoying than watching a presenter playing with pocket contents, and if those contents create noise like coins or keys, it's doubly annoying. Five, shoes deserve a special mention. Shoes deserve a special mention. In many cases, your shoes are at the audience's eye level. If you are on stage, shoes should be polished and heels should not be worn down. Shoes shouldn't squeak, and ladies, if the 3-inch heels that look fabulous are so uncomfortable you can't get your mind off them, you certainly won't be at your best for your audience. 6. Choose jewelry carefully. Jewelry is a striking complement to most outfits. But if it's huge and jangly, it will be distracting. If a bracelet slides up and down your arm every time you gesture it, if there is jingling every time you make hand movements, if your earrings are so huge and that people can't take their eyes off them, your audience is going to be focused on these distractions. Mistake number 7. You try to control your pre-show nerves with substances. Yes, you have got the flu and you have only had 3 hours to sleep. You still don't need excess coffee or stimulants to give you energy. Adrenaline will do the trick. I have heard speakers ruin their connection with an audience because they were so revved up before they went on that they acted unnaturally speedy, zooming through an hour keynote in 30 minutes. On the other hand, there are those who feel it's necessary to calm down with a shot of tequila before they speak. Not a good idea. You will find that it will dull your reactions, ruin your timing and slur your words. Solution: know that you are exactly the way you need to be. One of my best engagements was performed with the flu. I learned from this gig that it's not about having a high energy level, but rather it's about being authentic to yourself in the moment. This doesn't mean sneezing and coughing on the audience. Being sick, being sick with a high fever meant that I didn't have any extra energy for my please like me shenanigans. There was no nervous pacing, no artificial gratuity. It was me and my message, and it was more than enough. I stood still and spoke from a deep place of utter authenticity. Then with the sound of applause in my ears, I came off stage and collapsed. The best way to be on stage is the way you are. Mistake number 8. You assume airplanes run on time. You assume airplanes run on time. You don't get paid if you don't show up. You don't get paid if you don't show up. Solution: book an earlier flight and stay overnight. Save yourself. Okay, earlier flight and stay overnight. Save yourself the aggravation and get to your gig city. Okay, aggravation and get to your gig city the night before you speak. Before you speak, you will arrive relaxed, or if things go horribly wrong, you will have time to chill out and get a full night's sleep before you go on. And bonus, you may even have an hour or two for a mini vacation. You may even have an hour or two for mini vacation. When flying into another time zone, I always ask for 2 nights accommodations. When flying into another time zone, I always ask for 2 nights accommodations at a hotel on the client's dime. On the client's dime. At first they might protest, but when I explain to them the consequences of missing a connecting flight and being stuck in Dallas rather than at their event, they relent. You can also use the extra time to sit in meetings prior to your speech and really get to know insider information on your audience. Make a mistake number 9. You didn't bring a copy of your introduction with you. Mistake number 9. You didn't bring a copy of your introduction with you. Even though I always email my introduction to the meeting planner at least 1 week prior to the gig. Very often it never makes it into the hands of the MC. Your introduction is the first thing the audience hears about you. It sets the tone and receptiveness of the audience. If the person introducing If the person introducing you, says, "Don't worry, I have your bio and I'll just bring it. I'll just bring it. I'll just bring it. I'll just bring it." Don't let them. Chances are the Don't let them. Chances are the CFO or the admin who got roped into giving the introduction has never taken a second city improve class. You don't want to have to spend the first 10 minutes of your speech trying to repair the damage brought about by misinformation. Yes, I did share the stage with President Clinton, but I didn't sleep with him, as the MC has suggested. Don't worry, I have your bio and I'll just wing it. Don't let them. Chances are the CFO. Don't worry. Chances are the CFO or the admin who got roped into giving the introduction has never taken a second city improve class. You don't want to have to spend the first 10 minutes of your speech trying to repair the damage brought about by misinformation. Yes, I did share the stage with President Clinton, but I didn't sleep with him, as the MC has suggested. Solution: pack an extra copy of your intro in your carry-on bag. In your carry-on bag. Mistake number 10. You have got a diva attitude. You have got a diva attitude. Diva attitude. If you want to be a diva, you would better find yourself another profession. If you want to be a diva, you would better find yourself another profession. No matter how much money you make as a speaker, there will still be gigs where you yourself will be getting your hands dirty. Where you yourself will be getting your hands dirty, moving the chairs so people can see you, or grabbing a bottom to adjust the lighting, or grabbing a broom to adjust the lighting to focus on the speaking platform rather than on the chocolate fondue fountain. Solution: humility is a virtue. You have to be willing to roll up your sleeves and make a gig work. Solution: humility is a virtue. Okay, next. Negotiating your fee. Here are tips on how to negotiate your fees. When someone asks, "I would like you to speak at my organization. How much do you charge?" 1. Rather than answering their question, ask a question them first. even if you are a long time speaker with a set price. Rather than telling them your fee, you'll want to ask them, what is your budget? Right away. This will tell you if this is the kind of booking that you will take. If you have told them you were a $10,000 a booking speaker when they said that they were looking to spend $25,000, it would be hard to justify taking that gig. The best way is to avoid talking about money by replying, tell me first about your event. 2. Get the client talking about their event. Get the client talking about their event. Ask them specifically what results they are looking for from their speaker. Always take notes and really listen, as this will give you a way to customize your sales pitch. Later on in the conversation, knowing what they want a keynote to achieve will give you a better idea of how to convince them that you are a perfect fit for their audience. 3. Next, looking at your notes about the results the client wants from a keynote, reframe how your speech will give them an outcome that they are looking for. 4. Then quote your price and shut up. Stated. There will be an uncomfortable silence. But don't be tempted to justify your price. Just be quiet. They will express concerns such as they have to go back to the committee, or your price is out of their budget, or they will ask you if you can do it for less. If they flat out turn you down and firmly announce that your price is out of their budget, then find out how close you are. If you are a $10,000 speaker and their budget is $500, obviously that is too big of a gap to bridge. But if you are within 25% of your price, you can say, we are so close and I would like to help you make this happen. We are so close and I would like to help you make this happen. Then use these negotiating strategies to assist the client in getting you your fee. Ask, do you have a company who can sponsor my appearance? Very often associations have sponsors who will pay for a speaker in exchange for advertising. in their program or other perks. Ask, if I pay for my travel, will that help you pay my full fee? You can always use frequent flyer miles to cover your travel expenses. Ask, if I do a breakout session along with my keynote, will that help you meet my fee by reducing the need for another speaker? If they won't budge on their offer, then don't respond on the spot. Take a night to think it over. If you do accept a lower price, you need to have price integrity. This means that the client that paid you $10,000 doesn't want to hear that you did the same speech for $5,000. If you do end up accepting a lower fee, then have a clause in your contract that says this is a non-disclosed price. Meaning, if anyone asks the client how much they paid you, they are not allowed to say. Getting to yes. When negotiating your speaking fee, remember that the client may have more budget than they are sharing. Rebecca Morgan, CMC, has been a professional speaker and best-selling author for 32 years. Her advice is, if they want you to speak for free or a much reduced fee because you will get exposure, I always say, catch cold from exposure. My mortgage banker won't take exposure as payment. However, let's see what would work for both of us. The explore options. Ask if they have a materials budget. If so, tell them you can charge a separate materials fee for your handouts and duplication rather than bundling it in your speaking fee. When you give a client your price, instead of asking, is that in your budget? Ask, is that in the ballpark? If they say they can't afford your full fee, ask, what can you stretch to? If they don't have your full fee, ask what else they could offer so you are fully compensated. A booth at their trade show, an ad in their program, ad/or on their website, and an extra night's lodging are options. Be creative, but don't just agree to a lower fee without getting something in return to make up the difference. Here are some here are some things to keep in mind in justifying a price reduction. 1. Is it a local gig? Many speakers have reduced rates if they don't have to get on a plane. 2. Can they professionally videotape you? If the event is on a big stage where you might get some great looking video clips, you might be willing to speak for a reduced fee. If they will provide the camera operator, equipment, and arrange to shoot the speech. 3. Are they a local chapter of a larger organization? Ask the potential client if they have a national convention and if they could refer to you, the planning committee, for their larger event. Four, will they provide emails of the attendees? This is a way to build your database of potential clients. 5. Will they publish one of your articles in their newsletter? Very often companies have a newsletter where they can publish a short article of yours that will increase your visibility. 6. Do they have a materials budget to purchase copies? Copies of your book for everyone. Very often clients have an educational materials budget that allows them to buy your products in advance of the engagement. 7. Can you sell your product at the back of the room after your keynote? Many speakers make up the difference in their speaking fee in back of room BOR sales. For sample contracts and more information about handling the negotiation process, visit marketyourspeech.com/legal. You want fries with that? Create merchandise for board sales. Back of room. They extend your reach as well as to make extra income. You need to turn the message of you into a book, a DVD, a CD, an MP3 download, or even a jar opener. That's exactly what Swedish speaker and comic Babben Larsson sells, and here is why. While coaching Babben in my international workshop in Stockholm, I discovered Babben in my international workshop in Stockholm, I discovered the concept of the perfect product for her in her heart story, in which she explains why she couldn't leave her oppressive marriage. Okay, I discovered the concept of the perfect product for her in her heart story, in which she explains why she couldn't leave her oppressive marriage. I didn't know how to change the tires on my car. I'm coming from washroom. Hey, I came from washroom and I didn't know how to change the tires on my car. I didn't know how to shovel snow. I couldn't even open jars. I would give all the jars to my husband to open. Then one day I was in Helsinki and I saw these colorful items in a basket. I picked one up and it read jar opener. Put tool under top of jar left and the vacuum will release. I just stared at that message. It instantly struck me. This is the sign. With this in my hand, I can open any jar myself. I bought the device, went home, and 3 days later told my husband I wanted a divorce. The jar opener became a symbol of Babin's message to the women in the audience that we all have the power to lead happier lives. She contacted the factory in Denmark that made the jar openers and convinced them what good publicity it would be for them to be in her show. They gave me a 60% discount on the retail price. She then found a printing company to put her core promise, I've got the power, on the openers. She bundles the jar openers with her book and CD and doubles the amount of money that she makes when speaking. Your message goes here. Put the message of you in everything you do. From your email signature or your Facebook post, by repeatedly broadcasting a relatable message, buyers will find out. How do you create product? How do you create product? Your product needs to be a way for audience members to carry your message home with them. When people love your speech, when people love your speech, they will want to buy something as a reminder of your message. Whatever you sell, whatever it's a book or a t-shirt or even your services. It has to relate to the message of you. Find your niche. Find your niche. Wow, I am getting sleepy. There is no water inside. There is no water inside in this house. So I am going to fill water up and then I will come, okay? So I came with water. Wow. Great. Reading is cool, man. Reading, learning is great. You can make a happy life with it. Sorry. I was telling, reading is great, man and woman. Reading is great. With this, you can create happy life for yourself, for your mom, dad, for your wife, for your husband, for your kids, for your grandfather, grandmother, for your country, for the world, for people, for your friend. You can create happy life for them, for yourself. So reading, learning is very important, man. Self-improvement books. Read self-improvement books. Search on YouTube self-improvement books and read. Please read and apply. Okay, find your niche. Instead of doing one big generic book, you try to sell to everybody. It's smarter to market to the pond than the ocean. Ironically, the tighter the niche, the larger the market. Chicken soup for the pet lovers soul sells more copies than a regular chicken soup book for the pet lovers. Chicken soup for the pet lover's soul. Sells more copies than a regular chicken soup book because it has a huge sell through rate with that fan base. Plus you can saturate a target market by promoting your book to related blogs and websites and presenting it as a premium to relevant retailers such as Petco, Harz, Sargent and Lambs. When you write a niche book, you are more likely to go to the head of the class in that industry and be paid to speak because you have established yourself as a topic expert. Don't worry about appealing to everybody. Focus on how you can be the go-to resource in a specific field. You will scale your writing, speaking and media success as a result. Sam Horn, speaker and author of POP, create the perfect pitch, title and tagline for anything. Do's and don'ts of selling product. Do include in your introduction that you will be selling your product afterward. That way the person introducing you is selling your product rather than you. Don't do a big sales pitch about your product as part of your speech. Do create a story about how you created your product, or perhaps a story about the advantages somebody received from your product. When I am selling my book, The Comedy Bible, I use a compelling story about one of my readers, Jimmy Land, who wrote me from prison. Jimmy had a hard time getting off drugs and dealing with his anger, so they put him in solitary confinement. His mother had ordered my book for him, and right before they shut the door to his 3 weeks in solitary confinement, the book arrived. Reading materials were not allowed in solitary except for one, a Bible. So the guard threw my book at Jimmy. Here is your Bible. Okay, here is your Bible. He had 3 weeks with my book, and he took all his anger, frustrations and pain and turned it into a stand-up act. After leaving prison, comedy helped him deal with his rage, and he learned to turn his problems into punchlines. It also gave him a career when he got out of jail. Jimmy now performs all across the United States, and he's managed to stay out of jail all these years. You better believe that when I tell that story, my audience links my product with an emotional event. They associate my message with my book and rush to my sales table. If you want to include a product story, I suggest you include it with your action steps so you can connect your product to your solutions. You can also say something at the end of your speech, like I would be happy to sign copies of my book. Have a ghost writer write your book. No time or desire to write a book or develop a DVD. No worries, as you can go to marketyourspeech.com/publishing for lists of people who can do that for you. Do have free stuff that they can pick up. I like to give away a free t-shirt with a funny message for the first 10 buyers of my book. That gets them to the table fast. Do have something to give people if they give you their business card. Promise them a free download of tips and advice people love free. Do have bundles. You can't really sell a book for more than $20, but bundle it with a DVD or a great budget and you can double your intake. Do have a way to take credit card payments quickly. I have an attachment that turns my iPhone into a credit card machine that even lets them sign. Go to marketyourspeech.com/services as a resource to find materials and information on how to turn book and sell. Okay, a smartphone into a credit card charger, then it's swipe, sign, book and sell. After reading this chapter on everything you need to do to market yourself, you might feel exhausted. I so understand. Speaking for a living is a full-time job. It's a stressful combination of 85% grunt office work, 10% creativity and 5% glorious appreciation for a job well done. For those of you with patience, okay, 5% glorious appreciation for a job well done. For those of you with patience and persistence, you. you. Okay, let's survive the night, sleepy night. I survived all the way till now, and now it's time. Okay, it's 10, going to 10 o'clock. You will succeed if you are the ambitious sort who can delay gratification. Then you have got what it takes to succeed. But some of you might not want to become a professional speaker, and that's okay too. It doesn't mean that the work it is closing my eyes, bro. Okay, delay gratification. Then you have got what it takes to succeed. But some of you might not want to become a professional speaker, and that's okay too. It doesn't mean that the work you put into finding and honing the message of you is a message. Come on, wake up, man. You will succeed if you are the ambitious sort who can delay gratification. Then you have got what it takes to succeed. But some of you might not want to become a professional speaker, and that's okay too. It doesn't mean that the work you put into finding and honing the message of you is wasted. In fact, your journey is just beginning. Chapter 19. Live the message of you. Thus, the message of you can create a ripple effect that rocks the message of you can create a ripple effect that rocks the world. If the okay, Shakespeare said, "All the world's stage, so life provides us with plenty of audiences. You can make a difference in someone's life." Oh my gosh, Shakespeare said. I'm coming from washing. I'm again feeling sleepy. I again came after washroom. So Shakespeare said, All the world's a stage. So life provides us with plenty of audiences. You can make a difference in someone's life. Whether you are speaking in front of 1,500 dentists at the Vegas Hilton or to one person at your neighborhood dry cleaner. There are plenty of one-on-one opportunities to make a difference in someone else's life, not only by speaking but by actively listening. Matter of fact, each time we take the time to truly listen to the stories around us, as well as speaking our message, we become a part of the ripple effect of self-improvement. Self-improvement is very important. If there is one truth that can't be denied, it is this: you can't just breathe out, you must also breathe in. What I mean by this is, you must learn to be more than a great talker, but you must learn to become a great listener as well. We have spent a vast majority of this book learning to become an expert about ourselves. Turning our critical and investigative eye on our own lives in order to express who we are to the world. Yet there is a world of stories outside of yourself that not only can motivate and nourish your soul, but put you in touch with what people are thinking and feeling. If you get tired of your own stories, hey, move, come on. In order to express who we are to the world. Yet there is a world of stories outside of yourself. Outside of yourself that not only can motivate and nourish our soul, that can also yourself that not only can motivate and nourish your own soul, but put you in touch with what people are thinking and feeling. If you get tired of your own stories or find yourself stuck in a creative block, then seek out other people's stories. I'm asking you to become a collector of experiences, to see yourself As a waitress, she listened to her customers having a hard time making ends meet. Making ends meet. The stock broker. Okay. Suze found her message of financial freedom right on the pulse of the American public now. Her book Hey, come on, man. As a waitress, she listened to her customers having a hard time making ends meet. As a block, oh, as a store broker, she heard the concerns. Then when the world was financial freedom right on the pulse of the American public now, her books have sold millions of copies. She has her own TV show and even her own Suze Orman brand credit card. Suze gave Annie her message to help the audience before they get started. And sustain it. Sure, give away. Okay. Sure, give away. Okay, man. Suze Orman brand credit card. Suze gave anyway her message to help the assistants. There she became a middle darling. She made her audiences feel as if she truly cared, whether they were buying a cup of coffee or buying early. Because she had listened to their concerns and create easy others listen. Okay. Remember when you started developing your speech by the client, asking the real client. Man, sleep is coming. Sleep is coming. I need to listen energetic song while reading. Let's come on, man, come on. Suze gave away her message of help and assistance long before she became a media darling. She made her audiences feel as if they Suze gave away her message of help and assistance long before she became a middle darling. She made her audiences feel as if she truly cared, whether they were buying a cup of coffee or 1,000. Okay, because she had listened to their concerns and created easy to understand solutions. Now when she speaks, others listen. Okay, remember when you started developing your speech by asking your client the problems facing their audience. Well, man, See, I'm getting sleep. Okay, I'm. It's sleeping time, and I'm getting sleep. I'm getting sleepy so much. So it's a different thing. I have to go for with reading. I will be listening songs. Okay, I will be listening songs which gives me energy. Okay, which gives me energy. So energetic songs I'll be listening, whatever I like to listen. I'll be listening those songs, and I'll be keep reading. Okay, maybe reading portion you may not hear because I'm not, because when I will hear, when I'll be hearing songs, I cannot be able to use this mic. Okay, but I think I can use this mic with connecting with my system. Okay, with my computer. Let's do this. Come on. Okay. So Suze gave away her message to help and assistance long before she became a media darling. She made her audiences feel as if she truly cared, whether they were buying a cup of coffee or a $1,000 financial program. Financial program. How? Because she had listened to their concerns and created easy to understand yes solutions. And when she speaks, others listen. Remember when you started developing your speech by asking your client the problems facing their audience. Well, there is a larger audience than the one that meets at the chamber of commerce. It just it's the audience of strangers that live beyond your front door. It's your male person. It's person at the gym, on the next treadmill, the people in the grocery checkout line. They all have messages for you if you are willing to actively seek out their stories. If you truly listen, you will find out their needs, which lead you to find your next speech topic a better. Action steps, your next heart story, or even some great advice to enhance your own life. For example, one day in the express lane at the grocery store, the line was held up by an excessive coupon cutter. As the shoppers waited, immediately the elderly woman behind me started up a conversation. Within within 1 minute, she had shared, "My husband had a stroke, and we don't have S anymore. It's been 3 months. I have long ago made peace with the fact that I am a message magnet. There is some vibe about me that makes strangers want to share the most intimate details of their lives in public places at the most inappropriate, inopportune times. While most people might have smiled politely and turned the other cheek, I responded, "Tell me about your husband." She then told me that told me remarkable story of their 40-year love affair. It was a tale of passion, romance, and the difficulties of intimacy. As the senior years approached, then ultimately took over. I was actually disappointed when the line began to move right there in the 10 items less line. I received a heart story that inspired me to go home and enjoy the time I have with my loved one. A great action step, free of charge, right there at the supermarket. Enjoy the time you had. Stories are everywhere. If you open your eyes and ears to hear them and ask questions. Each week, my Weight Watcher leader, Eileen Berman, inspires the group with her stories of weight loss, transformation, and how to make a low-fat potato latke. From Eileen, I have learned to make my goals important at the hair salon. I asked the woman who painted my nails where she was from. She then shared the moving story about her family's escape from Vietnam, and I learned the lesson to appreciate what I have when a homeless man asked me for money. I stopped and asked him for his story. He told a story. He told a heart story worthy of any Hall of Fame speaker that made me realize there is a core at which we can all connect and never have to feel alone. These brief encounters can be considered a time suck, or 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 they can be seen as opportunities to create a larger movement of message from person to person, creating a ripple effect of inspiration. I incorporate what I incorporate what I learn from the people I meet, and they become part of me. Part of my message and part of my speech I meet, and they became part of my message and part of my speech. We, we speakers carry on the message. We speakers carry on the message. I'm coming from the washroom. It's time to sleep, but I have told that for 24 hours continuous reading, and I can't sleep. So okay. So for that I have to listen songs. Okay. Anyhow, I have to listen songs which gives me energy so that I can read continuously without sleeping. So for that you may for that you will not get voice or sound for this video, okay? Because if I will play a song and read at the same time, it will it may tend to copyright on this video. So that's why let's try something, but it's okay. I'll be reading, okay? You can watch me reading, that I am reading, and I'm getting sleepy. Okay, so for that I have to listen songs, and I'll be keep reading also. You are still going on, okay? how to use this book. Part one of part one of this book will help you to identify the message of you. Identify the message of you. This is the foundation of your speech, your marketing materials, and even all your tweets. You'll find it by combining different components of your experience, your life lessons, your professional expertise with the bookable topics of the speaker marketplace with explanations and exercises. I will lead you by the hand and assist you to clarify your speaking goals, your your professional experience, mind your professional experiences for expert credentials, scan your personal life for the tragedies and triumphs that shaped your outlook on life. Great. Ultimately, let's create a really healthy, wealthy, happy life, win-win life, forever, for all human beings. Identify your own methodology for success. Stop procrastinating and discover a bookable marketable message of you. And hey, even if you have no interest in pursuing a career as a professional speaker, you can still benefit from incorporating your message of you into your work presentations or your social situations, like a toast at a wedding or speaking during your child's day, career day. Of this is the case, I would encourage you to focus solely on part 1 and part 2 of this book. You can skip the business primer in part 3. Part 2 of this book will walk you through my 6-step method to create your speech, with a final chapter that will guide you through a Carter comedy pass that is sure to keep your audience laughing. You will learn how to write a great opening that will make the audience love you within 60 seconds. Keep an audience engaged by talking about their problems. Brag about yourself without isolating your audience. Inspire your audience to take concrete action steps. Share your heart story to create meeting and bring the audience to their feet with an interactive call to action. Part 3 will show you performing and memorizing techniques so you can avoid sweat, and other disasters, as well as showing you how to gather together the materials you need to successfully market your talk, write and negotiate contracts, and turn free gigs into paying gigs if your goal is to become a paid professional speaker. Whoa. Yeah, let's try it on. Come on. It's 30 days he tried. I will go for 30 days. I have thought of that too. Then Make sure you don't skip any of the exercises in part 3. What you will need to master this process: a support system. It's important to work with a buddy who will act as your audience, uh, supply feedback, writing material, and giving support when you want to quit. Don't underestimate how powerful fear is. Come on, fear knows that who is here. Alright, if you are like most people, you will hit points where you are stuck, confused, and just stop the process. Having regularly scheduled meetings with the buddy will help both of you navigate your way to a speaking career. Many speakers from mastermind groups that meet at least once a month to help them develop, hone, and market their speaking skills, or ask a friend, someone you feel comfortable sharing your thoughts with, to act as your sounding board. The best speaker buddies are people who make you feel smart and funny when you are around them. Don't make excuses. Hook up with the speaker buddy right now. Being in the same location is no longer necessary, as working via Skype works just as well. Matter of fact, me being a Jewish yenta, let me fix you up with someone. Visit my speakerbuddy.com to hook up with someone who can be there for you. Okay, my speaker buddy is all college students, all school students. That's what specification is all about. And when it become a different thing, the way book, everybody knows. So my C's name means CMPY's name will be book. A recording device ideas don't necessarily happen when you want them to. They happen in life, at a party, during a business meeting, in bed. Oh, they happen in life, at a party, during the business meeting, in bed. Come on, you can have us anytime, but ideas need to be recorded whenever they happen, otherwise they will vanish. It's possible, actually. Okay, I use my iPhone to forever preserve my ramblings, but you can use a digital voice recorder, an old tape recorder, a notepad, or a cocktail napkin. If you are like me and can't stand listening to your voice. Go to, if you are like me. A list of the message. Okay, if you are like me and can't stand listening to your voice, go to the messageofyou.com/services, where you will find a list of inexpensive services that will transcribe your audio notes and email them to you. A notebook. In order to find the message of you, we are going to do a lot of writing. The journey to find the message of you is not a direct route. It will happen whenever, whoever who does this is, that person is known. It's so simple. Every people is known. Direct route. It would be great if I just asked you a few questions and jackpot. The three cherries line up and out comes your winning message of you. It takes a lot of writing to find the kernels of truth that will develop into your speech. In writing this book, there are hundreds of trees that had to be cut down to supply all the pages that nobody will ever see. Every writer knows that writing is a hit and miss process, but it would be a good idea to have a place to store all your ideas as they come to you, either a physical one or a folder on your computer. A commitment. I'm sure that there are many things in your life that you have tried, and when it got hard, you stopped. I would you stopped you stopped. I would like to help you commit to this process of finding and putting together your speech, and not be like not be like me on my diet program, which I always start with enthusiastic intent that ends 3 days later with a plate of pasta primavera. I have no doubt there will be times in this process where you will want to quit. I'll be asking you to remember a story and perhaps you won't be able to think of a thing. Here is here is the thing. Here is the thing. Creativity doesn't always happen on our time schedule. If you commit to this journey, you might find your message of you sneaks up on you. You may be frustrated with an exercise in this book, but then 2 days later the dry cleaner says something that shakes loose a memory, and suddenly your whole speech shakes loose a memory. Suddenly your whole speech comes together. It's about staying open to the process. Commit yourself to staying open. If you quit, you'll never find that aha moment. There is a reason you picked up this book in the first place. Honor that intention. Honor that intention. Commitment pledge. I commit to the following. 1. I will read the whole book by 29 Feb 2026. 26 date. 2. I'll complete all the exercises in this book, even if I don't do them well by 1 March 2026. Date 3. When I get scared or find myself procrastinating, I will call my Jimmy Donaldson brother name of birthday. Yes. 4. I will not stop until I have done G5, W5 and 3 PLNS. Name your ultimate goal. Done. Email to commitment@themessageofyou.com. In my stand-up and speaking classes, it's not always the talented ones who end up with major careers. It's the ones who never give up. I just hate it when people quit. I think that if they stayed in the process one more week, one more day, one more hour, they could have succeeded. Sharing your commitment with someone will help you stay accountable. So commit to me. The message of me is me helping you find the message of you. Shoot me an email at commitment@themessageofyou.com and let me know that you are committing to this process. Let me know what kind of speaker you are or what kind of speaker you would like to become. If you are not sure how to answer those questions, keep reading for some guidance. Set some dates for yourself. Pick a date when you will finish part 1 of this book.